Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Oh no, one sec. Well, good thing the camera's off. It's not an Indie Tales live stream until you see my face. Oh no, my lights won't turn on. Oh, who's this? Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey. My name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Welcome everybody who's in chat on YouTube and on Twitch. Big thanks to everybody here so early. Big thank also to Antonius Zero Block for the most recent follow and Glyco for the most recent subscription. I'm going to get straight into it because I'm so busy today. I have so much stuff I need to do. And I've been in meetings all day. It is a crazy life I lead, but that is what I have chosen, so I shan't complain about it. All right. First thing is I need to do some work on how we are currently tracking music in the game. I'm not doing a great job of that, and I need to do a better one. So let's do that. Morgan's done a lot of work for us that's work in progress, which is, really great work. But we don't currently have a really good job of tracking status. So this status setup is not good enough. I'm going to create a new one. So this is what it looks like. First is not started. The next is going to be draft or concepting. The next is going to be prototype candidate. Something like that. Those are the stages. So right now, I want to consider these like a progress bar. And I kind of have something that I could use to base this on. This is, if I go to the research document or like index, my research index, pitch document, might be here. Yeah, these things, I really like these. You can light them up. So what I'll do is go to the main component for this, and then this is what I want, this guy. If I copy you and bring you over to here, paste you here, Then I can take one of these, and then that gets the values. Then I can change these values to the names of what I want them to be. Okay. So let's do one more. That is not started. Cool. And I want to be able to see it like this. It's really important. Because if we can see it, then you can sort of track visually across, oh, okay, this is mostly done or it's not mostly done. So that's not started. This is briefed. Or maybe like drafting. This is It's kind of two levels here. The responding to feedback's not quite right. Temp in engine. That's better. Next one is and I think I've got these not. I think there should be fewer. Like if we're not started is there, drafting is there. Temp in engine feels like it should be this green one. So maybe I'll delete this one and call this one not started. And then drafting. Temp in engine. This is polished. Unapproved. And this is approved. Okay, that's good. Hey, Virtue. So I'm going to take all of these and I'm actually going to do the labels on top of them as well. I think that would be way better. So let's get some text in here and call it approved. Let's make this 50, 30. Let's put it dead center. Let's give it a stroke. Something like that. Mm. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. It does need a text though. Drafting. And then not started. Okay, so I can take this and then just set it to one of those values. I don't know why this went this way, but we can fix it. It's not too hard. There's a thing you can do here, I think. So temp in engine goes here. Cool. So this is that. Very good. Cool. Then we're going to take this and this, and we're going to move them to where this is. And we're going to place these here. And I might do a bit of work on them just so they can be a bit visually clearer by taking all of these and bringing these tighter in. Maybe with a background fill. It's kind of like that, and then a rounded edge. This is not the way you should do it, but you know, it is what it is. That'll do. Okay. Sweet. Hey, it's doing well. So now I can actually start giving these more specific statuses. So Cheventown is in drafting phase. Mini boss theme is it's drafting. Here in underground dungeon is drafting. Drafting. In fact, all of these should be in drafting. And I'm actually going to remove this from them. Cool. And These links should take you where you need to go to see these. So I might see if I can split them. Can you do that? Ooh, baby. All right, can I do this? Oh, nice, very good. Okay, so I'm gonna link to each of these things. Sweet. And I'd like to do a better job with these too, actually. I think right now, having them be as they are is a little bit stop you. It's a little bit unorganized. We need these to be in more specific tables. Maybe even like a view. Where we can see maybe like, I don't know, I'm thinking maybe like we can see this from here. I think it's possible to do that. Anyway, what's next? Hunt and theme. Copy link to selection. Grab this. It's a little bit tedious. If we were using something like Notion, this would be much easier, but you know, it is what it is. Cool. Okay. So let's just test now that all works. So Rex, good. Rex Ballad, yep. Hunt and theme, yep. Ridgelands, yep. Dream sequence, yep. Gallier, sure. This is Gallier's courtroom. And then here in Underground, yep. Mini boss, yep. Town, perfect. Okay. So I think the Cheverton Court is temp in engine. Nice. Well, I certainly think this is much more helpful for me visually to see where we're at. There's probably another layer to this. Maybe I can just fill in some of this stuff so it's not too empty. This could be medium. This is going to be small. This is going to be medium. This is going to be probably large. This is going to be medium. This is going to be large. Priority-wise, this is now medium priority. I guess they're all pretty much the same, although things that are earlier on should probably be higher priority. This is probably the highest. And this. And this. With this probably lower and this probably lower. Okay. It's just like blocking it out how much work I expect will be involved in this project. It's more like a how long should you spend on this relative to the most amount of time you could spend on a specific piece of work. Like this, it's not important, don't spend too long on it. This, very important. Make sure you get it right. It's okay if we do a few passes. That's kind of what it's supposed to be. I don't know if I'm achieving what I'm supposed to here. So Rex, current direction. I'd like to see this into a shape that can be dropped into the game. Situ like that. Okay, the ballad. And there's a few of these like this. After the Game Jam trip to California, did you ever wonder what it would be like to live in the US, or did it ever cross your mind? That's a good question. I'm going to answer it in just a minute. One sec. Okay. One sec. Just going to send this over to my composer, to Morgan, to see what she thinks about the format. Okay, so the question was, one sec. Question was, oh yeah, we've had a composer on the project for like a year now. Tartar Gravy said, would I ever consider moving to the US? If I'm being super honest right now, no. And it's mostly like a political / safety thing. I just feel like it's not a super stable place right now, and I'm pretty happy where I am in Australia. So no, but in terms of the people that I know in the US, would I like to be closer to them and work with them more? Yeah, for sure. Limit Glove says, just wanted to say I've enjoyed your Sprite tutorial videos. They've been very helpful and insightful. I've been trying to listen and watch them while I work on something because they're oddly relaxing as well. Thank you so much. Well, I hope the streams can be just as valuable to you. Okay. So the next thing is I would like to catch up with Luca as soon as possible. Because I left him kind of hanging yesterday on some animation tasks, and unfortunately, like, I still don't know if I've got like what I need to give him. I don't think he's at that place yet. That'd be nice. Maybe I'll reach out to Luca and ask him yeah, okay. I'll ask him what he thinks about that. I just asked if you'd like to work on a new enemy today. Hey, Shabi en Japon. Shabi, bienvenue. Just released a platformer after learning a ton from your YouTube channel and looking here a lot. Even if you don't have a lot of time, I'd love to send you a key. Yeah, that's fine. You can send me a key. You can send it to me on Discord. This is coming along pretty well. Now, the question is it pertinent for me to keep working on this? I feel like it. I feel like it is, but oh, thank you, Swizz. Maybe we should do like a big 10-foot view. I've been thinking a lot about what to do with the production moving on, assuming we get funded. And I think we should move to spreading out across the game rather than working on each chapter one at a time. But it's going to be hard to do that. This is just the dark theme, the base A-Sprite dark theme, Adichie. Nothing fancy about it. All right. Maybe we work on. I could do a quick like. Let's do like a walk, or like a stalk or something. So a stalk is a walking animation in the game that can be played forwards and backwards. That's what I call them. And it's particularly one where there's like an active hitbox. Not active, but like the threat of an active hitbox. So let's try that. One more. 5, 10. Now I've got a stalk from the Hunden. That's 11. 10 should be enough. Hey, Blazin. Maybe this could be more of a step. I guess I'm trying to think about how this fight should go. So maybe it doesn't matter what this is. Maybe it should just be called move, and that's it. I don't think this makes sense as a thing you would go into a stance for. Well, yo. Sword's in the wrong hand. Let's think about it. He's going to go into this from this. I mean, it would be nice to sort of start with this facing backwards. And this arm here. But actually more like this arm straight down and across. And then cool. Nice. Okay. Oh man, I'm a bit mentally overloaded today. I think I might want to work on some of the paintings. I'll leave this for now. Maybe we just need like a second, like another simple second attack. And then we can move on from this for now. This is actually back this way. Morning. Yeah, that's a good falchion sweep. And then I would want from here, we're going to cut into a I want to link these whole frames, which is hard to do. But it's okay. It's going to be really hard to preview this. It's basically 1, 2, and then this goes here. The weather, it's been a bit rainy recently. It's not crazy sunny. It's warm. It's been really hot in the past, but it's not too bad today. Hey, Tony Chopper. So in a way, we could take this frame here, these three, and call them recovery. Sword return. And call these like //2, and then this one /3. How do I collapse? One, two, three. All right, I'm going to take a break, and I might hand this over to Luca when we get back. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could add one more frame here. Cool. I wish I could move these lanes correctly. Doesn't even seem feasible to do that. It's so much animation I just budgeted for the team. Oh no, 60 frames of animation in like 2 hours of work over a couple of days. Cool. All right. Well, we don't have a hurt yet, or a fall, or a rise. We'll get to those later. I'll take a break. See you in a bit. Okay. We're back. And then we need knockdown. He's like, huh. And then we need to get up. Which I think should always be maybe this leap away. So they always dash backwards when they do it. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and some amount. If we make it canvas size exactly 15 of these, so 16 times 15, and pivot it here, then we know that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 15, which is not a nice number. But if we take this guy and bring him here, I think we can now cut this off, and then it'll be 5 out of 15, which is a third. As the center point. Okay. Well, Might be nice to give him some sort of a gesture as well. Maybe we could do some sort of logic tree for Luca. We don't have a flinch. Sorry, pals, one sec. Hey Ocelot, how's it going? So, I've got a new enemy mapped out here. Let's jump into the chat and we can talk about it. Hello.
Hello.
Hey. Okay. So here we have a new setup for an enemy, and this is our cat enemy. We're already getting straight into it.
Yeah.
Cool. So let me paste this guy here. All right. So what I've done is basically block out almost all the animations that we'll need for this, which is, and then I'd like you to see if you can take a stab at piecing them together just to give us like the most, early version of this thing possible.
Okay. Yeah.
Sweet. All right. I'll talk you.
You mean in engine?
Yep. In engine.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So this is what we've got. I've got an idle. I've got a combo of 1, 2, 3 slashes and then a return, and each of these can return this way. So like /1 can return, /2 can only go into /3. I don't have a return for /2 yet, but maybe we'll add one later. And then I've got a thrust, which is just 2 frames for now. There's like an anti-air, which is like a upward slash, and then that combos into a second one. Don't know if we'll use that yet, but for now, it's just a way to return back to that closer to that original pose. I've got a static frame for walking, and we can imagine this is like the way that fences sort of shuffle forward and back.
Oh yeah.
So for now, we can just work with that as a single frame. We don't need to animate it just yet.
Yeah.
Then there is some more exotic stuff. I've got like a roll into a kick into a slash, which we won't do yet. We'll leave that off. And then I've also got a jump into a plunge into a pulling out. And then either we go to this, or alternatively, as in not in the same time in the game, but like either or, like we could put a different one in. As he pulls away, he like pulls and it becomes like its own slash to return to like a safer position. It's like a dodge roll away.
Mm-hmm.
We've got fall up, fall down, knock down, get up, and then the get up will also do the spin dash away. So this would move the character back by like this much, at least, from here to here, pretty much. So there's a bit there.
Yeah.
And
I like how you've got this tree here as well, the behavior tree in Figma. Yeah.
Yeah. That's really just to help block it out. And you can see I haven't put everything in here yet. and maybe like what I would expect for like us to do on like round 1 would be to do. I'll put them in green, the ones that I would want you to do, or maybe I'll grey out the ones that I don't think we need to do yet. So we can grey out this. We don't need to do that just yet. And then this we could grey out too. We don't need to do this yet.
Okay.
Upper slash, we could do that if you get lucky, if you can get around to it. But
Yeah,
certainly, yeah.
Detects almonds above.
Yep.
The enemy. Yeah.
Yep. The Hunden does do something like this already, actually, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So right, pardon me. Right now, it's just the stun, the idle, the stalk, which is like just the shuffle forward and back. The Hunden has one of these as well. Essentially, it's an animation that can be reversed forward or backwards, and it just moves the character left or right. So having it be 1 frame should be fine because you just plug it in, and then just either combo or thrust, and they're just the two different animations, one or the other, depending on chance.
Yeah.
Have you seen yet how I do the chance-based animations in the game?
I don't think I've seen specifically in Insignia, but
Okay.
we should take a look if
Yeah,
you like.
I'd like to. So I have a little feature that's like a dice roll thing specifically.
Yeah,
So
I think I might have seen it, but
this is what it looks like. So
yeah.
I make a list of weighted states, and then I give them, you can put any numbers in here. So you could put 100, 1000. It doesn't have to add up to anything. It's just the weighting. And then and then it adds up all the weightings and then picks them proportionate to those weightings. So if this was 300, 30, 20, 10, then this would happen 30th of the time basically, compared to the 300. And then this is how you like get. This is for like sometimes you want to remove from this. So like
temporarily.
Yeah, well, like you've got I've got like 4 states here, but like one of them, I don't want to like repeat the same one that we're currently doing.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm pulling the current state out of this list, but I don't want to have to like conditionally add or remove things from the list up here. I just want to, this is like me defining all the possible things minus the current state. And then this just returns 1 from random from this.
Okay.
Yeah. Yo, just going to respond to somebody in chat. Hey, Hookah Stank. I am interacting, but I'm just a bit busy at the moment. Yeah, I can't help you with that, unfortunately. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, so that's how I do it. And you can see I do it the same pretty much here. So it's not that complicated. You just make a list of states, you give them weightings, you remove the current one if you want to do that, if you don't want it to double up. And then you just pick one and set it to that.
And that's just in the Hunden engage.
Yep.
Reference. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So do you think you would be like, do you feel confident trying that out?
Yeah, I think so. With the stun though, do we have, we don't have like a recovery like we spoke about yesterday?
Not yet. I might be able to work on that right now if you're working on this. I also don't have a flinch animation just yet, which is important. So maybe what I'll do is, I'll remove this and I'll remove this. The pivot for this is going to be, I think it should be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I need one more. 16 pixels this way. Okay, so it'll be like, well, maybe I'll just halve it. Hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to make it not complicated for us.
Yeah, I understand.
Maybe I'll just go halfway. Well, then it needs to be another one to be 16. And then
and that's pushed to development at the moment?
not yet. It will
Not
be.
yet. Okay. All right, no worries.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Sprite canvas size. And then that is perfect. Okay. I think that's going to work. Cool. Okay. Cool. So I'm going to just export that now. And then are you familiar with how to take these and turn them into like
Sheets?
into the sheets? Yeah, with Retrobox.
Yeah.
I've taught you how to do that.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I've been doing that.
Awesome. Cool.
But is that the pivot should just be centered?
Yeah, I think it's
by-
0.5, 0.5. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it in the middle there. Cool. Okay. And then I'll just double check that the transparency is right. No, it'll need to be like that. Try one more time. So these are Bobcat versions of the Hithin, basically. That's the idea. They're just bigger and a bit scarier. Cool.
Nice.
All right. Okay, I'll push that now. And then, I mean, if that's even like, if you get anything done, I'm impressed. Like, happy for you to do whatever you can get to. And don't feel like as soon as you feel like you don't know how to do or what I want out of a thing, just leave it. And then as soon as you run out of things to do, you just come back and say, hey, I've done that up to where I could. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm impressed you got all those animations done. Like, I was thinking of just copying like all of Armin's animations and just using those as placeholders. But
yeah, I was thinking of suggesting that too, and then this came together pretty quickly, so I just let it.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it's. I mean, there's not much happening in some of these. You know, it's pretty bare bones, but. Yeah, I kind of forget sometimes how easy it is. Not complicated. Like, it's easy to produce this stuff and then prototype it, and that's probably the way that we should be doing it. And we should do a few of these enemies. And if we can get this pipeline down the way that this is happening right now, like if I can just pass them over to you, and then you're prototyping them, we could be churning these out real quick.
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah,
Cool.
It would be good to get to that point.
Cool. So, I don't want these red square. So if you see one of the red squares, just hide it. And then, yeah, I'll add the flinch animation, and I might try the burst, but maybe I'll have to script that up today as well.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, just pulling from dev now. But yeah, I'll let you know if I have any issues.
Thanks, Luca.
Yeah. Thanks, Adam.
Sweet. See ya.
All right, see ya.
Okay. So we need a flinch animation. switch. I think it'll be more like head here. Knees buckling. It's going well. Yeah, feeling good about it. If someone gets attacked while they're holding a sword, I imagine they'd try to maybe just hold it like this. No. 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 Maybe it should be like he's kind of clutching his own. I might like to do... I usually like to take the pieces and... Like, if I have his head flipped, that usually works a lot better. Yeah. We're prototyping it right now. Luca's already on it. Could also do like this. Maybe that's how we do it, like a touche thing. That's very fencing as well, like clutching the stomach where he's been hit. Okay, this is good, but I think this is maybe too far over. Cool. So now we need an animation that is kind of like him flipping out of being hurt. Alrighty. Yeah, Anakin Skywalker. I like that. It's a good comparison. Yeah. It's a cool, I like the design a lot. Okay. Can delete that. Cool. Is Catboy. He needs a Catboy boyfriend? Cat gay boy? For the shippers. I think Catboy's a loner. I don't think Catboy wants to be with anybody right now. Hey, Subroot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I love doing that physical stuff when I can. That's the most fun for me, is the smooth physics animation. How does the DNA of Catboys and human girls interact? It does not. They're different species. They cannot make offspring. Now that's the pose. You guys need to go outside for a bit. Why don't you go outside and eat some grass, chat? In betweening or keyframes? I think it's in betweening, but keyframes are a close second. It's not that far behind. I dislike this. I dislike the betweens that are like where I just block in the whole frame one at a time. That annoys me. What I prefer to do is like a walk cycle where I do every limb one by one and watch it flow as I'm working. This is kind of like a little bit, it feels a bit jarring to do. That's not very fun for me. But it's necessary because it's really efficient to do it this way as well. So this character's like falling, and then they're gonna do this thing, which breaks out of it. So when a cat is startled, they do this. This fully rigid thing. I think it should be something like that. There aren't any rabbit people in Insignia yet. Wait, why is that? There. So did you animate those, Elzak, in the game that you were making? Ah, okay. It's hard without another frame. Done. Okay. Good, good, good. Okay, and then I might do like one more animation. Actually, you know what? It's not important right now. Saving it, moving on. Let's go do some work on chapter... Well, let's go fix a bug if we can. So there's a problem right now where if I load the game from, this happened when I was trying to playtest it the other day. If I load the game from like a random scene, it's fine. As soon as and then like, well, this seems okay. Press this button. I get this constant warnings from Fmod that it can't find the main bus. Basically, something happens that destroys, I think, the game system here, which has got all of the singleton for everything the game needs to run. So that's bad. Let's go see if that's actually happening that way. Yeah. could also just start from the title screen. I'm not sure what's happening. Something weird is going on. It doesn't happen if we start from title. That's okay. Game works just fine. Yeah. Could the null check be an issue? Maybe it's missing and not null. Possible. I also have no idea what this value cannot be null is. I see it all the time. It doesn't hurt the game, but it's something to do with a serializable dictionary trying to get a value, and I don't know what that value is. I don't know what these numbers mean in this GUID. So it also happens if I start in this control screen and then try to play the game from here. That's no good. Although that doesn't actually, well, I don't know. I'm figuring it out. If I start from here, this is fine. And that's okay. Yeah. But I don't know where I'm trying and catching from. That's my thing. Like, I don't know what it is that needs to be tri-caught, you know? So, again, if I start at like company and then I go into the title screen, that's okay. I can go from here. Oh, wait, but then this failed. So it's like if I go 2 scenes away, if I spend 2 scenes in the game system before I go into the game, the second one will break or the third one will break. I'm going to try something. I think it might be a transition thing. Yeah, but why is it missing? What is missing? The game engine, the thing that's loading the scene, that has Do Not Destroy on it, that's been that way since 2018. That doesn't feel right. I think it might be some extra stuff that I'm doing, that I started doing recently. Terrible, yeah, what the hell, man? What the hell? This happens because this is not set up, and this gets set up all the way here, which happens here. So they're like game engine, basically. The game manager basically doesn't get instantiated. If I press start, do I even see one? There's one here, but it's like on, its creation code doesn't run. Its construction code doesn't work. Yeah, it didn't actually run setup instances, which is supposed to get called on scene loaded or on start. But this engine start isn't even getting called. Hey Universal, 90 months. We're still here. How are you doing? Thank you very much for your support. Like, if engine start isn't even being called, what's happening? Had a great day. Nice. But what would the log be? How would you check for missing? What is that? If it's not null, what is the value that it returns? Just not? But isn't that what equals null does? What's the difference between equals null and not? Yeah, we're not even getting this far. The start function isn't even running on this thing. How is that possible? You can't have two of them. It doesn't inherit from anything. I don't know what DDD stands for. Domain-driven design. I don't think I've heard of that. What does that mean? Okay, we got it eventually. So this returned nothing. So I just have to also check for not. It does both. Well, it's still giving us lots and lots and lots of errors. Do I use Obsidian? I wanted to use Obsidian for a long time, and I never really got into it, but I know it's much more full featured now. The domain space rather than the technology. I have no idea what that means. Require the manager before start, like on enable or on awake. I just don't even, like, this has been here for so long. It's literally not been a problem for like, I can't explain how many years this has not been a problem for. More than many projects. I mean, I'm happy to do that. That should at least give me a true, right? We're expecting that. It doesn't even come through with that. Oh, okay, software. Well, it gets called if I say debug.log blah. But I fear that the error has already started by this point. Oh no, it doesn't even do that. But it was doing that. This is a game, yep, and it's in Unity. Let's try something else. No. And it never runs it. So why isn't start being called? Problem with the runtime compile. Well, I'm getting a lot of... Let's just like work it back a little bit from this screen. This is fine. As soon as we get to here, there's already an issue, right? Where it says fmod object lookup get lookup failed for bus model bar. And this, as far as I understand, this stuff should be there all the time. It should never be unloaded. This feels like something that if I go back a month, I bet you I won't find it here. I bet you I won't see this problem a month ago. Let's try it. I think the issue is like it's loading the game and then deleting the memory that it needs to run the game. And then it gets to the next scene and goes, oh, I can't find any of the things that I need. But they were there and they'll be there again. But they'll be there again because they get reinstantiated because the singleton that holds all the information's gone. That's what I fear is happening. So let's just go back all the way to the 1st of November, the 5th of November. Can I could make a new branch here, right? That's a nice way to do it. And then I can check that out. For the singleton logic, when a new manager destroys itself, it cleans up. But it shouldn't be destroying itself in the first place. Oh, okay. This has been happening every time recently. It might be a hot reload Unity issue, where if I go to a different branch and enough has changed, hot reload tries to patch it, and then Unity tries to compile it, and then all the memory's broken. I don't know. No, like the manager should just be there all the time, the same one. There should never be a new manager. The manager should never get deleted. I don't know how to get bisect. Like the first scene that starts up the game creates a singleton called game system, and that stays forever. That never gets deleted. So the fact that anything's missing is bad. Yeah, like this is happening. Even here. All right, well, we'll keep going back. September. Do you remember? I'll show you what it does. I mean, there has to be... No. The way that a singleton works in this system is like this. You have like game, I'll call them system and engine, or manager. For your sake, I'll call it manager. These have two different responsibilities. Okay, system is for like literally like audio playback. It's for like the holding like any kind of save data at runtime. This is for like Armin, the HUD, you know, the scene, the like level context. It's like, this is like in-game. This is like application. Both of these are singletons. When you load up the game from a system scene, like the title screen or the company screen, those scenes are system, and they will create a game system. And these will create a game system too if you're loading in from the editor. If you just drop into a level, you need the game system to run the game. So it'll get spun up one way or another. But so this will create a game system. And then anytime, the first time you enter a level, that creates a manager. Anytime you load up any of these things, either of these things, they basically check to see if the system exists. Or in the case of a level, it'll check to see if a level exists, like the manager. And if not, then create one. And that's just forever. So as long as we never destroy the first one that gets created, every subsequent one just deletes itself immediately on creation. But we never destroy, there's never code that destroys the current system, unless the only thing that gets destroyed is the level manager gets destroyed when you're moving back to the title screen. As soon as you no longer need the player character or the HUD or like aspects of like the gameplay, that gets all unloaded from the engine back, and there's just a system at that point. No engine, so no manager, just the system. And that's been working this way for years, and it's been fine. I don't know why it's a problem today. That's a pretty common way to handle single pattern as far as I understand. It's like a lazy load. You know, you don't know if you need it until you check, and then once you've checked, you either supply it or you let it go. I have a feeling there's something completely separate going on that's just like getting in the way of this process. So rather than it being a problem with the logic of the manager or the system, it's like some other random quirk that's just stopping those constructors from running in the first place or something like that. So you have FPod links to your system instance. New systems don't get registered because one already exists, so they destroy them themselves. That's good. Now, maybe we change the FPod links to static. Now the system might also clear the memory of the statics on destroy. That's not a bad one. That's actually a pretty good guess. That might be the case. This seems fine. This works. There's a problem, but it's not as bad as before. It's just the lighting not being found. So like if I fix that, sun flare. Yeah, fine so far. Still errors, but like way more stable than before. Man, what is this problem? Look at that. It's fine. No problem at all. So why is it that when I call start on you, you can't get TMP text from... Unless it's menu.onOpen, that's the problem. Skippable focus. This needs a TMP text. That's a TMP text right there. What's the problem here? Brother, what's the problem? Yeah, but it is get component. It doesn't need to be in children right now. It's getting the component on this object, skip cutscene, which is inside of skippable focus, which is what we're doing the check on. Skippable focus.get component. It might just be something else. Is it maybe not a TMP text? But it is a TMP text, isn't it? Yes, it is. It inherits from that. I'm surprised. Yeah, I guess I've only been running the game from like the scenes for the last few months. Yeah, I know the library's worth checking. But I'm not quite at that point yet. Because look, okay. If I just start the scene from, oh wow, this is so different. If I just start from here and I run it. Oh, hello. Oh, what? It might actually be the library. It might be the library. These should not be null like that. Why are they null here? They're not even null in the... They're not null here, so why are they null here without any overrides? What? I hate this stuff, man. I hate it so much. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. What? How? How come? It's here. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. No, it's not a variant. I am going to delete the lib. And it does take so long. I hate how long it takes. But there's not much else I can do. Like, I don't trust what I'm looking at. Why are you telling me I need permission? Package cache and shader cache. My computer's pretty good. It won't take that long. I don't know what that just was. You saw that, right? I don't know what I'm dealing with here. I guess there was some background process that was still holding onto the cache for the packages and the shaders, not the Unity executable. Might be a good time for a break. I'll pop this over here so you can watch it. See you in a bit. Actually, I'll pop it. You need to be able to see it. There you go. See you in a bit. Chat. I guess we can do some art. All right. So, can't stand the colors in this one. How did you get used to a drawing pad without seeing the image behind what you're drawing? How did you get used to using a mouse without looking at where your hand is? How's that for a counter question? It's the same thing. It's just a mouse. You're just holding a mouse in your hand instead of holding it here. There is a difference. There's an ergonomic difference. If you took a mouse and you made it the shape of a pen, it would be very similar to using a pen. That's my caveat, okay? You can have your comparison as long as you make the mouse exactly like a pen, and then they're the same thing. I like this, but I think it might be too... I don't know if it needs to be like the Zelda, like do, you know, like more like cave painting on a wall, on like a tapestry, or if it's like Baroque, you know, Baroque painting. I think Baroque is kind of better for what I'm trying to do here. So we'll just go with that. Maybe what I'll do is start with this. Go into, well, I just feel a bit constrained by the whole thing, color-wise. That's really weird to look at. She's looking at me. Oh, look at that. No, this is specifically for an in-game asset. It's a painting in the game. It's got some lore baked into it. I have colors like these. I could use this. Okay. They're summoning Meteor. Quick. I guess they would perceive it. The way that they would depict it in paintings is that they summoned a divine power and saved humanity. So it should be glorious in the painting, even if the reality was one that was dark. This is an event that took place like 400 years before the events of the game. And it's the equivalent of humanity setting off a nuclear bomb with magic to protect themselves from basically being overrun and destroyed by another civilization. In a war for control over magic. There is only one living witness. Actually. Funny that you asked, but yes, there's one living witness. Actually, one of the subjects of the painting is still alive. But only through the use of magic. Not naturally. We're watching Attack on Titan right now, my wife and I. And I'm watching Attack on Titan and I'm sweating. I'm like, oh my God, there's so much overlap. I'm like, oh no. Oh, please. I think my story's better. I like Attack on Titan, but there are parts of it that are getting a little crazy right now. I don't know if they're true. I hope they're not true. That's what I hope. Maybe someone can hint. I'm at the end of season 3. So what's happening is we've just gone to Shinganshina and found the basement and got the book out of the basement. So now we know the story of what happened a long time ago. And we know about the Well, we know what's in the books. We've read what's in the books. In my mind, I'm like, this is nonsense. There's no way this can be real, because it doesn't make any sense how Titans can be keeping themselves captive. Like, what? If the Elden race are the people in the walls, why are they keeping themselves captive on their own island? Like, not even like within the island. I understand, like, it's okay, fine, they're on an island, but like, why are they locked in the walls? Not in them, but behind them. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Because Berthold and Reiner, if they're Titans, then they should be wanting to liberate everybody inside the wall. And all the people who live inside the wall would want to, it would be in their interests to, it doesn't make any sense. Don't spoil it, but like, I don't understand. It just reeks of like something. There's a twist coming, I'm sure. There's so much more. Okay. Well, if there's so much more, there's so much more. Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is, at this point, I'm not sure how much more shock I have left in me. Like, what more can be said that would make me, I don't know. Maybe I'll find out. It's getting good again. It was getting real slow in the last couple of arcs. Okay. I'll watch it. I'm all for brain explosion. As long as it's not brain explosion like Evangelion, because that really disappointed me. I couldn't stand that ending. Any of the endings. It's just like really hard for me to believe that what we're currently being told is accurate. I just find that like nonsense. Hey Elzak, quick question. Does the German influence feel like anything as a viewer? Like when you're watching it and you're like, German names. Oh, you like it. Okay. Cool. Because there's so much of it that's like, I'm watching it and I'm like, are those SS uniforms? Like I'm watching the armband patches and it's very, I mean, it's made by Japanese people, so you don't have to feel bad about it, but I am usually live around this time, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Stick around. Yeah. I mean, it's Yeah, of course. Maybe it would be like almost like cathartic to be able to sort of have that culture referenced or expressed or something in a way that doesn't have, because it's fantasy, it doesn't have any of that weight behind it. It's like almost like a safe way of appreciating that culture. No, we're talking about Attack on Titan still. Although, how crazy is it that like Attack on Titan, it's so Evangelion. The concept is so Evangelion. Of like people inside of the nape of a neck of like another giant human. That's straight up, that's what Evangelion is. Fleshy mechs, exactly. Yes. Yeah, it's a different context. You can take the, it doesn't feel like allegory in Attack on Titan. At least not that much. I mean, it's certainly, I personally am quite, I don't mind being a little bit critical of the way that Japanese media expresses their culture. And I think it's kind of, in a way, it's fascinating. I try not to like condemn it or anything, but you can be critical of it. But that's like the way that their culture understands itself. And World War II is such a traumatic time for Japan that looking at the media that they produce that has anything to do with nationalism or that period of time. I mean, certainly some of my favorite Studio Ghibli films have, strong World War II themes and nationalistic aspects to them, like from Up on Poppy Hill is like the namesake of my studio. The Wind Rises is one of my favorite films. They're amazing films, but it's also very it's I appreciate those films, and I guess I appreciate the kind of like almost lamentation of a society in their inability to sort of control their own destiny. I suppose that's a lot of what Attack on Titan is, right? It's, we are not in control of our destiny. And we were once proud, we were once a proud people, and now we don't have that. We can't be that. We have to subjugate ourselves to another power because we've done something atrocious. Although I don't know if this is where it gets a bit hard, because in Attack on Titan's case, if it's a, Japanese allegory using German themes, where is the story going to go? It's like, is this going to be a good take or a bad take? I try not to have any take and just appreciate it as fiction. It's hard. It's hard in the case of, it's hard not to, but I know I'm being asked to, so I ask to not. So I'm kind of just okay to let it go. Well, I can just tell it's one of those. I mean, it's if it's like Evangelion, which it is already, then there's going to be a moment where we start asking the question, what are we doing here? Who is this all for? What is right? What is wrong? What are we supposed to do with all this power? No, I haven't finished it yet. The pillars, they're actually just architectural. They are they're literally, it's one tower that's like a fork in the sky. And it's kind of like an antenna, really. It's like a beacon. I'll show you what they look like. This shot is taken from below here looking up. They are different. There's something here I need to fix, which is this part. Can I make one small observation as well on Attack on Titan to do with the voice acting? In the English version, the American voice actors who do all the voices, they pronounce Reiner's name, Reiner, with an A or an AH at the end, Reiner, which is accurate to the way that somebody might pronounce it in Germany. But it's not accurate to how you would pronounce it in English, because it's an ER, Reiner. Why do they say Reiner instead of Reiner? It's so weird to me. And just with that one name, I don't get it. Because you wouldn't call someone Steiner. I mean, in Australian English you would, but in American English you said Steiner, right? So why do they say Reiner? I don't know. I mean, maybe in Japanese it's... Steiner. But you also do the on the end, Steiner. Steiner. Oh, okay. German is I'm fascinated by it. I don't really want to learn it, but I'm fascinated by the pronunciation of German. Really fascinating. It's very uncanny because there are things that are so similar to English, obviously, but also things that are kind of similar to French in a way, like the r in the back of the throat. In fact, I watched on TikTok this couple, and it's like a French woman and a German guy, and they compare their languages. That's just all they do. They just like pick words that are, from each language. And it's always funny listening to them. And it makes you wonder like how English got to be the way it is. Because English is so, like English like from England is, it's very different, especially when you take into account how modern English got to the way it is. It's kind of like, well, you know, before there was any French in it, it was still different from German. I get really interested in how I feel like if you listen to English spoken like around Britain, you can hear the remnants of like 16th century and beyond. You know, if you listen to no, I didn't do any linguistics. If you listen to like Irish and Scottish and like Yorkshire and like Bristol and like where am I thinking? Like Samwise Gamgee's accent. I forget what that's called. Hagrid has the same one. Anyway, those accents all do R very strongly, you know, together. And American has the same R. That's like, that didn't come from America. That came from all these places. And if you look for English that doesn't have that rhotic R, like London, that's like the like together. That is more of a Southern thing that's come from like French, you know, like a vowel, like a shift, not a vowel shift, but like it's come from like dropping that R. I think because of like a French influence. Not that the French, the French pronounce their R as well, but there's something in the way that I think like people who are higher class, who originally were who would have spoken French, blah, 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 receive pronunciation, etc., ends up with this thing where you drop the R. And in Australian English, we drop the R, you know, together. But in all these older places that have been speaking this way for a long, long time, they all keep it. And then you go to America and you go, oh, they have the same thing. And all these people were the ones who went over there in the first place. So this must have been around a lot longer. And then if that's the case, like does this come from, it's not a, I don't know where it comes from. I don't know how far back the kind of like pokey, like, what's the word? Like, are you all right? Hello there. My name's Adam. That thing is like, everyone here sounds a bit like that. They all sound a bit like West Country. That's what I'm thinking. This like West Country thing. And there's something these places have in common, which is like a lot of them are more rural places where things don't change very often. People speak the same way they've been speaking for a long, long time. And even when you go back to like pirates, like, are you all right? Is the same as, are you all right? It's this. It's like, It's so interesting to me. Okay, let's see if this works. We've re-imported everything. Hello? Hello? Why are you all inactive? Okay. So that's fine. I have this problem. Sometimes you get this scene not found issue inside of Boaz and Joachim. Is that right? I'm not really familiar with that. Scene file not found. And then if I go to warning, it will work, and it won't work. I still have the same issues I had before. If I close scene graph and reopen it, it will work. I bet you. No. Okay. If I close Unity and reopen it, I bet it will work. You know nothing. Although Yorkshire, do they drop grass darker? Well, are you? No, they don't really do the R's the same way, do they? I don't know. So like it works now. I just have to close and reopen Unity. Northern. Are you from the north? Tarnished. Yeah, I guess they don't do the Rodic thing. About tarnished it seemeth. All those stripped of the grace of gold shall meet death in the embrace of Mesmer's flame. Okay. Well, yeah, it wasn't the library. We're screwed, chat. We're screwed. I still don't understand this runtime manager. Let's go. We're lucky this isn't like fully breaking the whole game. I think it's reliable to check an animation completed to determine if the next attack would be a good way to do it. If parent is playing current attack, yeah, it would be something like is playing sheet. Okay, where am I? What am I doing? Castle. Yeah. Yeah, that grass and castle is the thing. We say castle where I'm from. But actually in Australia it depends. There are different people who say different things. If you're from Adelaide, you'll say castle. If you're from Sydney, you'll say castle. But then they'll say dance, I think, and we say dance. So it doesn't really work. Dance in the castle, dance in the castle. It might be a difference in Melbourne and in Sydney as well. I don't know if those are both Adelaide things. All right. Don't Australians say castle as in galah? Well, we say galah and castle, but not all of us. Most of us do. Oh, you say castle. Oh, wait, he says castle. Hans. Yeah, no one would say Hans. Yeah, Hans. Landa. This is killing me, this thing. Something about this is so... How are you being destroyed? What is happening here? What exactly is happening here? Is transitioning something that... Okay. True. We are transitioning and this is the system. And yet, game system has been destroyed. But just trying to access it. How is that possible? Is there a way to check if this is destroyed? How do I even check that? No, that's not... That can't be right. Is that even a thing, though? Is that even... It's like saying... It's like, I think, therefore I am. Uh-oh. Problem. Okay. I'm gonna try something. How? What? And now it's fine again. Chat, is hot reload screwing with me right now? How can I fix something that's moving constantly? He's using a polymorphic engine. I'm trying to crack the database. It keeps reinventing itself. All right. Well, all of this thing I just tried to use is pointless. Quick refactor. Yeah, exactly. Just a quick trip over to just press the Make Godot button. Yeah, exactly. Bevy. Is that Rust based? If so, then I agree. Lol, is that C++? Wait, are you binding that with Python? You know how easy package and dependency management is with Cargo. Not to mention you don't even need a make file, it's great. Dynamically typed languages need to die. There's no other option. They just do. Alright, maybe we can try to fix these first. I'm going to try debugging this. I hate the debugger, but I'm going to try. I have to trust it. We need a deeper call stack than what we have. If you like dynamically typed languages, you need some help. Seriously, by using dynamic and interpreted type languages, you are committing genocide and harming the environment more than gas cars. Rust is safe and uses clean, renewable energy through the magic of being a language compiled through LLVM. Please. All hail Rust, Tempelois fails in religious comparison to the faith of Rustaceans. Great and whore is Jesus. Amen. All right. Yes, but where are we? Is there a way? Maybe I actually literally do need the call stack. I'm going to disengage this. I'm going to take this away. I'm going to say debug.log. Hello. One hello. 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 Hi. Whisper block? Wait, what? It didn't debug.log it. I wonder if it's hot reload. I wonder how much of this pain that I'm experiencing right now is hot reload. I would not be surprised. Okay. We found some errors. Where are they? Where are the errors? They got lost in the call stack. Damn it. And why can't we find something? We don't know. Oh, because on after deserialize doesn't happen from, it's an event. It doesn't have the call stack. I'm trying to figure out what I'm deserializing here and why it's failing first, because this is the first thing that breaks. The thing is, it's already, this bus stuff is already screwed. I already don't like that. But I can't see why, if that's causing any problems. So I don't know if there's already something that's doing something wrong by the time we get to, I mean, that feels wrong. If I go here, this shouldn't be doing that anymore. Yeah, like, should I be worried about this? Probably not. But then this certainly is a problem. But it starts with an Fmod issue. You are calling your function alongside a deallocation. I don't know if you guys are talking to each other or me. Fighting between nerds. Okay. Add a breakpoint and step through it. Okay. I don't understand debugging. I'm going to say it out loud. I don't understand it because I've never felt like I got something out of it that made sense to me. Like, I don't know what information I'm looking for because what we're stepping through is like something there's so much code that's running in this span of time. And I just don't I don't know, to put a break and check the status of a specific object, you have to kind of understand that object already is the problem, I feel like. Squiggy Thing says, are you getting the null reference exception from finished fade transition or it just starts out the gate with master bus? I'm getting it. Let me show you. So we run the game. The second scene, this is fine. The second scene after, we already get this problem with object failed for bus model. Lookup failed for bus model. This happens every time. You have an error that starts before those warnings. For me, there's nothing broken, and it just, now I already have warnings. If I dismiss the warnings, these are not a big deal as far as I know. They're not causing any major problems. And then the second I start, then we get our problems. And the first problem I get is this event not found exception. But I have a feeling that there's something that's above all of these errors that's silently failing. Why can't I attach this anymore? It's not attached. Did I just break the debugger? Is it no longer functional? Is it because there's already one running, technically? There's like a server instance? My life is difficult today. Right. Yeah. The game system being null is like I don't understand, one, how that can happen, and two, how that can be different between you and me. Like how we can have different things. My guess is the FMod banks are being unloaded because the object is being destroyed. Can I ask a question? Are those banks static? Are you unloading the banks at all? Because the object shouldn't be destroyed, ever. Once it gets created, it should never be destroyed. So I don't know what, and I'm confirming that it doesn't get destroyed. Oh, here we go. This thing here, this I think is an issue with hot reload. If I stop hot reload, this is because it's a static object. I think it's being cached when you play it from the previous play. And also if you don't have the asset refresh happening every time you play and pause the game, there can be memory that's cached from the previous time you press play. So I think you have to reload the domain and then do it. Ah, okay. Well, let's try again. I mean, that's not the error you're getting. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a huge problem, but I don't know how to like force it to be. I don't know, dude. Okay, no errors. I still get these warnings though, compiling up. And the game system is here, like it's not. And the only way that it gets destroyed as far as I know is here. The global audio object. So as far as, let's just walk through that quickly. So global audio is here. And so this script is responsible for holding the references, right? Also, I think this problem's a lot older than recently. I think this problem persists from like months ago and we didn't see it because we weren't loading the game from the title screen. Supplied by FMod. FMod Studio Bank Loader, this guy here. Well, this should only unload on object destroy. So the question is, if a duplicate version, that could be a problem. If a duplicate version of the game system gets created and then deleted, this thing will destroy the banks. No matter what. And if the banks are static, it'll destroy the banks everywhere. It won't just destroy them here. Is that accurate? Is that possible? Yeah, I think Elzak suggested that. If I say none, Just a little testy test. Yes. We're all on the same page here. Uh-oh. We found it. Oh my gosh. The game works. Okay. Do you know, I thought about this, Elzac thought about this, and Squiggy Things thought about this completely independently. Everyone guessed correctly. And I was just too scared of Fmod to flick the switch on it. So, okay. Here's my question. Will this load multiple times if there are multiple of these? Like, should we set it to none both times and force it to load from the game system? Okay. So we can just trust it. It won't double check. It won't add twice. Okay. Well then, that's literally it. We solved it. That's so annoying because I could have tested this. I mean, testing the build version wouldn't have been the right thing to do anyway. The other day at the testing environment, like when we were testing it in the play test at the event. Because if anything went wrong, I wouldn't have been able to do anything anyway. I would have had to close the app anyway and reopen it. So it's better than it was running in the editor, but yeah. Okay, now I know I can do a build of the game. That's a good place to start. Oh, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Squiggy. That's just makes me feel a lot better. Okay, sure. Okay. So, yeah, what we can do, Squiggy Things, is these purple boxes here, these scene groups, those are the chapters. So we could test what scene we're about to load into, and we could unload the banks if we're moving into a space in a different region. You could like check the meta file and go that way. Why are these not added to the build? Okay, and these ones too, please. Okay. I probably should go, but I'm going to check in with the missus to see what she wants to do for dinner and the rest of it. See you in a bit, chat. She's asleep, chat. She's sleeping right now. That means we can keep streaming. She had a rough night. And then she had to get up early for work. Psst, psst, psst. Okay. Yo, Ocelot, are you still here? Making any progress? I had a massive task list the other day that I was working through, but I think I might have actually done most of it. There weren't that many on the list. Looking at the demo arigato. It is Tuesday. I did not do this because I had meetings all day. And now it's here. So, all right. There is a specific thing that I think, I don't know how I feel about it, and I think I want to get your feedback on it a little bit more. I have this system of enemies that we have this poise system in the game, and the poise system is separate from damage. We did fix it, yeah. The poise system basically allows me to determine whether an enemy should get knocked back or tumbled or whatever. So in this case, doing this was high poise, enough poise to knock him over. Doing that also was enough poise to knock him over. And I really like the system, but I fear that the system has no visibility. And beyond having no visibility, I think it's also not really easy to explain. So what do you do when a set of ideas are good, but there's no way to express them to the player? The idea is this. Let's just talk it through. The idea is this enemy has an item, and the item is only accessible if you defeat the enemy in a stylish way, basically. If you like defeat the enemy using parries and combos rather than just spamming the attack button. So, as a way of encouraging the player to think about the enemies as puzzles, and there being a fail state, a soft fail state, to doing an encounter wrong. That's the goal. So if I just run up to this guy here and just attack him, I actually killed the enemy before I got to capture the item off him. So the easier way to do that, if I wanted the item, would be to parry the enemy and get the item off him that way. I get it straight away, and then I can finish him off knowing that I did everything correctly. I think in the context of the item economy of the game, I think it's really cool. It creates a kind of like completionist kind of vibe. You know, it lets every enemy become a puzzle. And it rewards players for playing a specific way and understanding the systems more intuitively. So, or not intuitively, but getting a by paying attention to the systems. I'm rewarding players for paying attention. So I think all of that's pretty sound. The only thing is, I don't think there's a really clear way to express to the player the difference between, between doing attack damage versus doing poise damage. Like, quite literally, the way it works right now is that there are two bars. There's the HP bar, which is red, and then there's the stagger bar, which is yellow. And the values are, you know, their floating point, and they go up to some max. So like you do poise damage. It's kind of like what it's supposed to be similar to is like the dizzy system in Street Fighter. So it's kind of like if you do enough like punishment to an opponent in Street Fighter that's unanswered, they will go into a state that lets you like really capitalize on the damage that you've done. It's kind of like an achievement moment of like, oh, he dizzied him. And this is kind of trying to be like that. I mean, a lot of games do this, and I've had various versions of a system like this in the game. Like in Final Fantasy 13, there's the overdrive system. I think it's called overdrive. It's called something where, you know, certain enemies are weak to certain elements. And if you attack them with the elements that they're weak to, they go into their overstun state faster. And then the damage multiplier goes up like 3x or something like that. So the idea of even creating like little, making combat conditional is something that in a puzzle game is pretty consistent with a puzzle, right? It's like not a bad thing to want to do that. Any like RPG, you know. So that's what this is. The stagger bar thing is common, but like it's something that I've seen before, and I know players will understand the idea of a stagger bar. And even in action games like Elden Ring, there is the concept of like, I think they call it stagger. I'm not sure what they call it. Where an enemy will kind of like, even if it's a boss, if you hit him hard enough, and it's not about damage, it's just about the specific type of weapon you use. Like clubs tend to be, you know, high poise damage weapons. If you hit something hard enough times, you bonk it with like a jumping two-handed heavy attack, they will fall to their knees for like, you know, 5 seconds. And then that's your chance to like do a visceral attack or whatever. So it's something that's kind of invisible in Elden Ring and Dark Souls. Maybe it could be invisible here, but I think this idea of giving a player an item, specifically if they do this thing right, or extra coins or something, that to me feels a little bit, it feels like there is a specific kind of like transaction going on that I'm asking them to engage in. And if they don't know the rules of that transaction, that might feel cheap. It might feel like they're getting punished for not knowing something that they have no way of knowing about. It's not just an opportunity to do more damage. It's like going to relate back to the adventure game elements of the game. So it's important that they understand at least what kinds of things do this. Like what kinds of moves will make the stagger bar go up, even if it's an invisible bar. And then, I mean, there's another layer to this, which is you could make it that it's not about staggering the enemy, it's just about killing the enemy. And the enemy encounter itself is impossible to defeat unless you do some puzzle element. So like the idea would be like an enemy that's covered in armor, you know, it's just like a massive shields or whatever, and like a phalanx in Dark Souls or whatever. And the only way to beat this enemy is to like do something with its animation states that forces it to let go of the shields, or like use fire damage on it so like all the shields burn off, or like an actual thing where the death is the thing that is hidden behind the condition rather than the item dropping. That way you only have one bar, you just have the health bar, and you can see very specifically, well, the health bar is not going down right now because I can't do any damage to this thing. And then the reason why the thing isn't being damaged is very clear because you can see why, right? It should be like, the answer to that should always be look at the enemy and see what's happening. Is your sword bouncing off the enemy? Is the enemy got a shader that makes it look like it's made of steel? So that the problem I have right now with this second bar system is there's very little. If I have a second bar and the first bar is actually depleting, right? Like you're successfully doing lots of damage, but this yellow bar is not changing. That feels like something's broken or missing or wrong or confusing at that point. It's like, I'm doing the damage, I'm killing the enemy. Why is this other thing not changing? There's also like a distinction between like, it starts becoming a bit harder to make a distinction between like, well, if I'm doing lots of damage to this enemy, what's wrong about this damage that I'm doing? And what does good damage look like? So that, I think, might just make this something not worth pursuing, the second bar. It also adds quite a lot of clutter to the system, to like visually. Malenki says, Expedition 33 has a break bar. Damage can reduce the break bar, but only certain abilities can actually break it, even if the bar is depleted. The ability descriptions say can break. Right. Yeah, and I think having like, in an RPG, I feel like these things are rewarded. Like it's always a positive thing when there's extra layers of mechanics. In an action game that is pixel art, I wonder if I'm taking it too far already. I wonder if I'm doing something that, you know, when an enemy only takes 3 hits to kill, is the idea of, I don't know. I wonder if this decision to design this from my side was more about me looking to reward expression that I'm putting in the game. Like for me, launching the enemy and then slamming them into the ground is cool, and I want players to realize they can do stuff like that, and I want to reward them for doing it, and I want to be rewarded for doing it as the player. Like I want to do more of that stuff. So yeah. I don't know. It could be that we just do a combo thing, just a combo counter. That's interesting. Instead of a stagger bar, it's just about how many hits you do in sequence before they touch the ground or something. if it's a flat number, like if you like attack this guy and then there's a little like number 5 somewhere here. Let's get rid of the damage numbers. If it says 5 and every time you hit it, it goes 5, 4, 3. And then when it hits the ground, it goes back to 5 again. You know, maybe that could be interesting. But at least then there's like a clear criteria. Right now, I'm just not sure there is a clear criteria. I mean, there isn't, kind of by design almost, but I wonder if the absence of that is unacceptable for players. Yeah, maybe it's a knowledge is power thing. Maybe it's fine if players don't know. Hey, well, Rebel Decibel, I directed that sound, and it took me a long time to be happy with it. I didn't just find it somewhere. I commissioned it, so I'm happy with it. There's a number of constraints there or considerations of why it sounds that way. In this, the way that the logic is for the sound design, these are small things in this world. It's not a sword that's like a sword you would carry, because these are chibi characters in a tiny little world. At least that's how it's supposed to appear to us playing the game. You know, look at the proportions of this character. There's also like an element of trying to protect the player from the concept of it being too visceral. I don't want it to sound too bloody. So there's like a bluntness to it. Anyway, there's lots of thought that's gone into it, and I'm happy with where it's at right now. You guessed my question. Is DMC, so how much of the game is fighting puzzle solving? Don't say 50-50. This isn't DMC. Well, the thing is, the game is literally fighting puzzle solving. That's what the game is. So you could say 50-50 or you could say 100. It's not really... I can show you what I mean by that. You fight this enemy, you steal their abilities. You use their abilities against them to solve puzzles in the level. So the answer is yes, it is both. When you say combat is a means to an end, what does that mean? As opposed to what? Right, but there's also enemies that are just enemies too. Like the puzzle, sometimes the puzzle is the level. Sometimes the puzzle is the enemy. There's also just questing and... is that going to break? No. Ow. Where's my hitbox on this thing? Oh, there it is. Like, I want to reward you for being able to do that. Exactly. Yeah, there's an encounter we're designing literally right now. That's just for just to show off how, like, because combat is fun to do and enemies are fun to fight, and that's the game. I mean, it is an action game as much as it's a puzzle game. That is what Insignia is. That's what it's designed to be. Action puzzle solving, you could call it. So anyway, the thing about stealing the items, for me, the other way we could approach this is just I don't want the items to be random. I don't want them to be random drops. I feel like that's a cop-out because it encourages grinding. It says, if you don't get the item you want, just fight the enemy again and again and again and again until you get the item you want. I want to encourage players to play the game with intent. Another thing I can do to encourage players to play the game to intent would be to increase the difficulty. I could say, if you don't play with intent, you just get smashed. The enemies will just hit you and you'll die because you're not being careful enough. I don't want to do that. I want to reward players who are intentful. You know, that's what my design, that was the design thinking that got me here with this item stealing thing. We could also make it that guarding decreases their poise. You make it a little bit Sekiro, like blocking against them lowers their poise. I might just add that. Are the items that you can steal available through other means? No. That would be the... Do they regenerate poise? They do. Ah, there's a conflict there. Because if an enemy's just standing there regenerating poise and then they attack you, the difference may be negligible. Like the amount of poise they gain. Yeah. They regenerate poise. They also don't regenerate health. So like, that's another thing that's a bit awkward about this system is if you start attacking, he's almost ready. And then, oh no, you can't get the poise up high enough now. You can't poise break him because he's dead. That feels bad to me. That just feels a bit frustrating. Could be something where if their poise goes down to 0, their health starts coming back. Yeah, it is similar to Pokemon in that regard. The idea of like violence being not the only way to handle an encounter. Maybe there's an item that I could add to the game or an ability that just does poise damage or something. Or an action you can do. Oh, that's kind of interesting. They can remain in juggle state until they're dead. Until they hit the ground. That's kind of interesting. Or you get the item. Oh, I kind of like that actually. Like the item is their like last pip of health. And if they hit the ground, the item disappears. Ooh, it's like a key in a lock almost. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I have like a shatter, actually. Check this out from like 4 years ago. And that was when I had stamina. We've come full circle for a lot of these ideas. I mean, I could literally just put it on right now. It might even still be there. It's literally there already. It's literally there already. And it's there. I just have to activate it. Literally. Copilot already knows. I think it would be better if the item shatters, not the whole bar, but it's still pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All right. Yo, I gotta go. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's such a novel idea and it works so well with the quest system in the game. Like the idea of like hunting monsters for their items and then learning the abilities and showing off how you can, like your understanding of the game. There's so many good little things about it that I quite like. And the other thing is, maybe it should be more of a hit stop moment. The bag icon should disappear. Yep. Yep. I think what I should do is like stop the game, shatter the item, resume the game. Like it should be a whole event where it's like footing. I don't think it's happening right now. I don't know why it's not doing it. Yeah, doesn't seem to be. I mean, that should be like a whole second at that point. Well, it was. It actually was right. There is something when you steal an ability from an enemy. There's like a thing that I do, or I slow down time and accelerate it back, and I darken the screen as well. Maybe it's more like that. Oh, it could be this. Oh, dude, that's exactly what I should do. Holy crap. Oh, dude. It should, the item, when it pops out of the enemy, should do the same thing as what happens when you steal it from the enemy. When you parry an enemy and get their abilities, it should do the same thing with the item. Because the thing that I was concerned about was if the item drops and lands on the floor and then you run off and you die, the flag that you collected the item lives on the enemy, not the item. So you could break the game by not picking it up if it's a quest item. But if I do it the same way that I'm currently doing it for ensigns, I could I could have the game kind of like give a little moment like that, but it would be an item that would cross in instead of an ensign. It's that little doo-doo-doo-doo. That's the same kind of moment. The sound would have to be different. But that's, yeah. Same language. Okay. I'll think about that. Okay. Thanks, everyone. I'm gonna go. I'll catch you all tomorrow. 150. Let's go. Devs BIOS, maybe? Thanks, chat. If you like my content, wishlist Insignia on Steam, please. Dude, if we had 150 people wishlisting Insignia on Steam every day, that would be insane. Could you imagine? We'd be at 1,000 every week. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm off. Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. Thank you for being patient with me while I did some playtesting and bug fixing. And hopefully we'll get this into your hands later this week, maybe early next week. Be awesome. All right. Thanks, chat. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time. Bye.